Good morning and welcome everyone to the first of the Variation 1 hearings. And this morning we're dealing with residential and general matters. And before we hear from our first submitters, anything for us this morning from the 42A reporting officers?
No change.
Our first submitter this morning, or a group of submitters, Tracy McLeod, Nikki Turner and Lincoln Voice Incorporated. Is that a joint submission or are you appearing individually? Okay, do you want to come forward and sit at this table here? Just you? Okay, that's fine. And sorry, and your name is? Denise. All right, well, we've had circulated to us a 4-page written document, which we've received and read. So thank you very much for that. You don't need to read that out loud to us because we've already read it. But you're very welcome to speak to that and highlight key points for us. And then we'll see if we have any questions for you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora. My name is Denise Carrick. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, Tracy McLeod, Nikki Turner, and most importantly, to represent a group of Lincoln residents, Lincoln Voice Incorporated. I'm quite lucky to be the first speaker, but I'm also probably one of the few ordinary residents of Selwyn that will be speaking to you directly over the next few months of hearings. It's a very daunting process, and the bureaucracy involved with this proposed district plan variation and the associated private plan changes has been quite overwhelming. I myself work as an educator with students who are neurodiverse. Members of Lincoln Voice are university professors, accountants, lawyers, administrators, research scientists, teachers, and farmers. And yet we have all struggled to keep up with and comprehend the legal complexities involved with this process. We have tabled our letter that contains all of our technical requirements and evidence. I personally would like to just speak to you now from the heart in a space of common sense. Your house, your home should be your one place of refuge in today's ever-changing, crazy world. Every person should have that right, whatever their standing in society. If you have been privileged enough to never have experienced being homeless, this may be something that you take for granted. But trust me, I can tell you from personal experience that if you have ever been made homeless, you will understand why this is so important. Too important to be brushed aside by S42 reports and staff sitting behind desks who are probably overworked and understaffed and just need to get on to the next project and the next bit of paperwork. We are wanting to address 2 issues today: access to sunlight and provision of tree cover. You may think my opening statement was a little bit overdramatic to talk about such issues. However, with how the variation currently stands, if you live in Selwyn and someone wants to build next to your home, you could easily lose sunlight to the ground floor of your home for 5 months of the year. That's 5 whole months of the year. So in your lovely home that you pay rent for and you're a good tenant and you've been there a long time, or that you have saved for and paid for and worked hard for over the years, someone can come along and build a 3-story building right next to your boundary and cut out all the sunlight to your home for 5 months of the year. Access to sunlight is fundamental to healthy homes and resident well-being. In contrast to Selwyn District Council, Christchurch City Council have proposed a citywide sunlight accessing qualifying matter. that alters the recession plane rule to reduce this adverse effect from having no sunlight on the ground floor for 5 months of the year down to 3 months of the year. That's still not brilliant, but it's a lot better than 5 months of the year with no sunlight. We seek to ask you, please, that variation 1 is modified to adopt the same provisions for sunlight access as proposed by Christchurch City Council. This will also address the fact that, in our view, there is no logical, fair, or equitable rationale that justifies why Selwyn households should be significantly worse off from medium density intensification than households in Christchurch City and other Tier 1 cities. With regards to tree cover, we find it is so ironic that the Selwyn District Council pride themselves on being environmental, sustainable, and willing to tackle climate change issues. In 2020, they announced that they had officially put climate change at the heart of their work. Mayor Broughton announced, "We have a legal requirement to act, but we also have a moral responsibility to our community to take the right actions now." To be honest, and in the famous words of Greta Thunberg, this is all just blah, blah, blah. Christchurch City Council have recognised the importance of tree cover to the well-being of residents and the livability of urban areas. We know trees are important to our residents. They tackle climate change, reinforce our identity, provide shade, and a range of other economic, cultural, and social benefits. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment describes the value of urban green space as temperature regulation, stormwater management, air filtration, and habitat provision. They can be considered a form of infrastructure every bit as important as pipes and roads. They go on to say that the difficulty of re-establishing green space once lost makes it all the more important that planning and providing green spaces is mandatory for local authorities, just like it is for traditional hard infrastructure. This could help avoid development decisions that create less livable environments that we will have to live with and in now and forever. We seek to ask you that variation 1 to the proposed district plan in Selwyn is modified to adopt the same provisions to protect, maintain, and enhance tree cover as proposed by Christchurch City Council through their urban forest plan, and that to avoid paying financial contributions, developers must either plant at least 20% tree canopy cover on a site or retain existing trees. Any development creating new roads will need to ensure at least 15% of the road reserve has tree canopy, keeping in mind that tree cover does not occur overnight. It can take a generation or more to establish. Lincoln Voice will be presenting in full about our concerns of the inclusion of private plan change 69 in variation 1 at the Lincoln rezoning hearing, number 8. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us today, and we wish you all the best for the many upcoming hearings.
Well, great. Thank you very much for that. I'll just see if we have questions for you. Anyone have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I must thank you for the link. I read the Harder, Hotter Building Hotter, Harder, Hotter Cities and the link, and I enjoyed reading that, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your evidence. Look, I don't have any specific questions. Obviously, the Christchurch City process is underway. It's hearings, I'm not sure exactly when, towards the end of the year, potentially. But yeah, what they are proposing is innovative. It is different. Whether it's legally acceptable is another matter. Thank you.
we just feel if they can do it, we're part of Greater Christchurch Partnership, so surely it could be applied out here.
Understood. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you some questions which are of a slightly legal nature. So to be fair to you.
Which I probably won't be able to answer.
Yeah. So my first question was going to be, are you familiar with the Resource Management Enabling Housing and Supply and Other Matters Act?
I know of it. I am not at all familiar with it. I work in a school with
No, fair enough.
students with special needs. It's not really my area of expertise.
Okay. So I won't ask you a question, but just for your benefit, it's not sufficient for us to just copy what another council
Oh,
has. Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait till I finish speaking. It's not sufficient for us to just copy what another council has done. We would have to make sure that we were fulfilling the statutory obligations under that act.
Yeah.
And so we'd have to identify or have identified to us with proper reporting that trees or sunlight were a qualifying matter that could appropriately restrict the medium density residential standards in this district. And in the absence of that kind of reporting, then we would struggle to do what you're asking us to do.
So where
it's
would
not
that
a question of-
reporting come from?
From the officers or from the submitter.
Okay, from the officers of the council.
Yeah. So in particular, they would need to address those matters in what's called a Section 32 report, is where they justify the provisions that were included in variation 1. Neither sunlight nor trees were included as a qualifying matter in the Section 32 report that the council prepared. So I just wanted to let you know that it's not as straightforward as just saying, please copy what Christchurch did.
So with regards to this whole process, I believe there are no qualifying matters been put forward by Selwyn District Council. So what is the point of all of the hearings that you're doing?
So we ask the questions and we don't answer them, but if you have a concern about that, you're welcome to discuss that with the officers afterwards.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
So the next submitter on our list is Ag Research Limited. So to the Ag Research team, good morning and welcome. We've received and read the legal submissions and the 2 tranches of evidence, so you don't need to read those out to us.
Thank you.
But as with previous submitter, you're very welcome to speak to that, highlight key points, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Monique Thomas. I'm legal counsel. With me is Mr. Tony Hickmott, and Mr. Hickmott is the Director of Finance and Business Performance at Ag Research. He's a member of Ag Research's senior leadership team, who's responsible for all finance, property and infrastructure matters at Ag Research. So this includes ultimate responsibility for Ag Research's submissions on variation 1. I have Mr. Jones with us by Zoom. He is our planner. I'm not sure if he's there or not yet.
Yes, Mr. Jones, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. So Mr. Jones, his experience includes preparing the subdivision chapter of the proposed Wellington District Plan, including implementation of the IPI requirements there. So he's very familiar with the requirements of Schedule 3A. Sitting with us at the far end of the table is Mr. Nick Barraclough, who is in-house counsel and team leader of legal at Ag Research. So Mr. Barraclough has also been involved with preparation of the submission and further submission for Ag Research, and he hasn't prepared a statement of evidence, but he is here today in the event he can assist you with any questions. So as you mentioned, you have my legal submissions and the evidence, so I don't propose to take you through those, but rather might just speak to them briefly and highlight some key points. So set out in paragraph 1.4 of my legal submissions, I say there that Ag Research's remaining concerns in relation to the hearing 1 matters relate to the amendment sought to the notified MRZ rules and standards, which have been sought by council in its submission. That submission also seeks a number of new rules and standards. which we say are ultra vires. And I note that your comments with regard to the first submitter about qualifying matters and such, and that's essentially the theme of our submissions, not just on this hearing, but on several of the hearings that you'll hear from us on. So Mr. Hickmett's evidence provides some background in terms of their site, which they've sought to be rezoned. And as he sets out in his evidence, AgResearch's desired outcome from its involvement in hearing one is to ensure that the residential development potential of that campus site, if rezoned, can be fully realised. And for that to occur, it's important that the roles controlling subdivision in the MDRZ are as effective, efficient and enabling as possible. And that's essentially our case also for involvement on other chapters. Section 3 of my legal submissions, I set out there the relevant provisions of the RMA. Key there is paragraph 3.3, where I note that clause 2, subsection 2 of part 1 states that there must be no other density standards included in a district plan additional to those in part 2 relating to a permitted activity for a residential unit or building. And that is, of course, as I note in paragraph 3.5, except where qualifying matters have been identified. And in my submission, no such matters have been identified in relation to the standards which the council seeks. In paragraphs 3.8 and 3.9, I address section 80E of the Act. And you'll be aware, I imagine, of the decision of the Environment Court in Waikanae. So I have copies if you need them, but I'm sure you probably already have them.
No, we've been given multiple copies of that decision.
I'm sure you might.
Particularly since I think it's the only one to come out of the court. So
That's correct, yeah. Now, I do understand that that decision has been appealed to the High Court. I have sought confirmation of that from the court itself, but haven't received it, but you might perhaps know more than I do on that front.
Yes, Commissioner Dash just told me yesterday that he's aware that decision has been appealed. Yeah.
So until such time as the High Court obviously releases any alternative decision, that decision binds you, but yeah, time-wise, I'm not sure whether they'll get through the High Court process before you have to issue your decision, so.
I'd be surprised if they did.
Correct. So in paragraph 4.1 of my legal submissions, I set out there that before the merits of the council submission can be considered, you must first be satisfied that the amendments sought therein are lawful. And in my submission, those amendments are ultra vires. Therefore, you don't in fact even need to consider the merits. The reasons for that I set out in paragraph 4.1, which are that they seek to amend the MDRS. They seek to include other density standards which are additional to those set out in part 2 of Schedule 3A. As I've mentioned, the relief doesn't relate to a qualifying matter, and then the new standards in my submission do not support and are not consequential on the MDRS. In paragraphs 4.6 and 4.7, I set out there why I say that those standards are additional, which I don't propose to take you through, but Mr. Jones also sets that out in his evidence. And then in paragraphs 4.10 through to 4.18, I address there the Waikanae decision. On paragraph 4.22 there, I'll just note that there is referenced in the 42A report on this chapter and some of the others about the Selwyn context. And I note there that that is not a qualifying matter and hasn't been supported by the necessary evaluation for that to be so under section 77L. So that essentially concludes my summary. I'm happy to answer any questions, otherwise we'll hear from the witnesses.
Thank you very much for that. Lindsay, questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Certainly your legal submissions are common with some other legal submissions we have on what is qualifying matters and not. So I don't have any particular legal questions. Thank you.
And no questions of clarification from me either. I found the legal submissions very clear and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Hickmett, would you like him to present perhaps just a brief Potter's summary of his evidence?
If he wishes to, we're in your hands. But just note that what I've said, we have read the evidence, but we do welcome just key points being highlighted for us.
Just highlight the key points and then answer some questions.
Okay. Thank you. Just briefly talking about describing the site a little bit. AgResearch's campus is approximately 5.3 hectares. It's on the corner of Springs Road and Gerald Street, Lincoln. just opposite to Lincoln University, where we've acquired 15,000 square metres from Lincoln University and erecting a new head office building there, which will be planned to be open later in the year. Approximately about 2.4 hectares of the site at the moment is vacant and is undeveloped, and the balance is occupied by older earthquake-prone buildings. And just re-emphasising what the legal counsel has said, is that we're seeking a rezoning of the majority of the campus from a special purpose knowledge zone in variation 1 to a medium density residential zone, with the balance being subject, the balance area of the subject of our submission is proposed to stay the special purpose zone, but with the introduction of the living precedent to provide better integration with the surrounding existing zonings. I could go on, but I think probably I'd be covering some of the previous information supplied. So.
Well, thank you for that. Raymond, any questions?
Yes, I just have one. Mr. Mott, you are asking to intensively zone the site where the campus currently is when you shift across the road to the new site. Do you have any farm research farm areas? And I only ask because we've heard from others, well, not in this hearing, but we had heard from other submitters that residential intensifying could pose a reverse sensitivity effect. Do you have any concerns about that?
Not on this land, because we do not farm this land. This is vacant land at the rear of our site, which is surrounded on 2 sides of houses. And we do have a farm just a little bit down the road down here. So there's no trial work or any agriculture purposes done on that land.
So AgResearch, just for clarification, does have a submission, further submission in relation to a submission by a landowner seeking to rezone their land next to the research farm. So in terms of our case for hearing 8, that will be addressed as part of that. So it's a different site though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. No more.
No questions from the evidence, but just out of curiosity, so the new development that you're building within the Lincoln University area across Springs Road, is that great big building that's currently with the brown cladding that's currently being built?
Yes, that's our building there. That's the front one there. We planned, it'll be open later in the year. As I said, we plan to house about 280 staff there, and that will send to all the scientists and the support staff from all, we have them in 2 different locations or 3 different locations around Lincoln at the moment, so they'll be housed there. Immediately behind that is Lincoln's University's new building as well.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. So Mr. Jones is next. I'll let him present a summary briefly and then he'll answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Good morning, Commissioners. The substantive parts of my evidence are set out in 4 parts, in 4 sections. Those are sections 4 through 7. I'll just briefly summarize what each of those says. In section 4, I signal my agreement with the reporting officer, Ms. Lewis, that AgResearch's substantive submission regarding servicing requirements for new medium density residential buildings should be disallowed. And the main reason for that is I agree with Ms. Lewis that servicing requirements are not so-called density standards under Schedule 3A of the Act. In section 5, I addressed the submissions from the council that Ms. Thomas spoke about previously, which were opposed in AgResearch's further submission. In my view, contrasts with Ms. Lewis on those matters, insofar as I consider the additional requirements sought by the council are not the most appropriate to implement the proposed policies, and they conflict with the requirements of Schedule 3A of the Act. In section 6 of my evidence, I signal my agreement with Ms. Lewis' view that notification should be precluded for applications under Rule MRZ REQ 2. And that outcome is expressly required under subclause 5.2 of Schedule 3A. And finally, at section 7 of my evidence, I agree in part with Ms. Lewis where she's recommended amendments to matters of control under RES Mat C. The one matter I depart from Ms. Lewis' position on relates to daylight access to habitable rooms and that's detailed in pairs 7.7 to 7.13 of my evidence. Very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I found your evidence very helpful in terms of linking the provisions back to the statutory provisions, the Enabling Act and the MDRS and provisions and so forth. I'm also interested in whether what your view would be that every council who has to introduce MDRS, are they required to have exactly the same provisions everywhere? Is there no ability to be able to put in nuances in terms of context, urban growth expectations, things like existing patterns of development and so forth? Is it that cut and dried?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. No, short answer is no. Every council is not required to put in identical provisions across the board, and leeway is allowed to depart from the MDRS where a valid qualifying matter has been demonstrated, and specified examples of qualified matters are set out in section 77I, I believe, and unspecified matters can also be included, provided that the evaluation under 77L is robust and demonstrates that's an appropriate outcome. I think Ms. Thomas's submission and the court case she refers to also delve into the particulars of section 80E of the Act. And she's probably best placed to talk to you about the legalities there. But in my understanding, those matters that are included in this particular variation must also either relate to the medium density housing standards or be, the words elude me at the moment, commensurate on or supportive of.
So from a town planning or a good planning, to seek good planning outcomes, are some of those matters which are raised in the Selwyn District Council submission worthy of consideration, or is there what you're saying is there's no ability to consider those at all? Are they not good urban design matters which would need to be considered, particularly things like the garaging and the width of width to the street and so forth? What's your view on that?
My view on that is ultimately linked firstly to what the policies in Schedule 3A say. And so whether those rules are technically aligned with good practice for urban design is only part of the question. The other part of the question is, do they implement the policies in Schedule 3A? And I've expressed in my evidence, I don't think they do. And the primary reason for that is that the outcome in the objectives in 3A, which are implemented by the policies, are about enabling good design outcomes, not requiring them. And the MDRS themselves, in my understanding, they're the primary vehicle for delivering on those policies. And so to then argue that provisions that have a higher bar for design outcomes are more appropriate, I think that has to be justified in the context of the intensification planning instrument requirements of the Act. To return to your substantive question, all other things being equal, there may be merit in certain design provisions being embedded in plans generally, but we're not dealing with a typical Schedule 1 process here or a typical Section 32 process here. We have specific direction that's different to those typical processes.
Thank you, that's helpful. I don't have any additional questions. As I said, I found your evidence quite clear in terms of your position. So thank you.
And Mr. Jones, no further questions of clarification from me. Commissioner Dash has addressed some issues that I had in mind as well, but there's nothing extra that I need to ask you about that. But thank you very much for your clear and helpful evidence and your answers to our questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can make just one follow-up comment, just following Commissioner Data's questions of Mr. Jones.
Mhm.
You'll note there in the last paragraph of the court's decision on Waikanae, that the court noted there that the council is of course entitled to make a change to the
Sorry, can
system.
you just refer us to where you're reading
Sorry,
from?
paragraph 32 of the court's
Oh.
decision on Waikanae.
Of your submissions or Mr. Jones?
No, sorry, the court's decision on
the
Waikanae,
actual
yeah.
decisions, yeah.
I'll just read you the sentence perhaps, but the court just noted there that the council is of course entitled to make a change to the plan to include, in that case, it was Schedule 9 that was in challenge, but that would be using the usual RMA Schedule 1 processes. So my submission, the council's powers here are unfortunately very fettered, and it doesn't have the ability to make the changes it seeks in its submission through the ISP process. And that's of course because the rights of appeal and things have all been removed. So yeah, the government's given with one hand, but taken away with the other, I guess.
Just in terms of that, obviously under, I think section 99, we can recommend sort of these out of scope or matters that haven't been raised directly in submissions. We can recommend changes in that.
Correct.
Would I be correct in thinking that even if we were to do that, we would still need those changes that we might recommend under section 99, we still have to comply with all the other requirements of the
Absolutely.
Enabling Act. We couldn't just make stuff up and.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, all right. No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Micron. The next submitter on our list is Mon Group, Nick Boys. Morning.
Thank you, sir. My name's Nick Boys. I'm a planner based in Christchurch and just here to represent Mon Group, who are a small developer of sort of neighbourhood centres, are currently doing one in Prebbleton. I don't plan to take up much of your time. The evidence that I prepared was effectively tabled with the submission because it was that was done in relation to Plan Change 75, the earlier process. I'll quickly just run you through a very brief summary, and then really the purpose of my attendance this morning is just to check that you have any questions of me. Otherwise, yeah, don't plan on taking up much of your time at all. So effectively, the Mon Group lodged a submission on Plan Change 75 seeking the inclusion of a neighbourhood centre zone for commercial, local commercial purposes on a site within Plan Change 75 that was on Lincoln Rolleston Road, and that was pursued through the hearing process in front of Commissioner Caldwell. The primary issue that arose in relation to that was an issue of scope, but Commissioner Caldwell was satisfied that the submission was within scope and decided to include the neighbourhood centre on the outline development plan for Plan Change 75. That was also followed up with a further submission on the proposed district plan, which ironically enough was done by further submission, and in my view, potentially did raise matters of scope because it was done by a further submission. But any issues of scope have effectively been remedied by inclusion within variation 1 as notified. And overall, the premise of the inclusion of the neighbourhood centre is that it aligns with the Rolleston structure plan. In terms of the Section 42A report, Mon Group are satisfied with the recommended inclusion by Ms. Lewis in the Section 42A report and are fully supportive of the council's position. It's a brief summary, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boys. Raymond?
No.
Lindsay?
So to make it clear, you're pretty happy with the position and where the reporting officer is.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. Yep.
Are you going to be appearing in any of the other hearings which are coming up?
I don't think so at this stage. It's very, it's a minor point, and I did note whether or not this was actually the appropriate hearing because it's sort of effectively a rezoning for Rolleston, but this is where we were scheduled. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Boys. No further questions from me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, so now we're adjourned according to the schedule until 10:45, where we hear from Kāinga Ora. Well, good morning again, everyone. We'll resume the hearing of submissions on variation 1, dealing with the residential and general zone, general provisions of variation 1. And at this time, we're hearing from Kāinga Ora Homes and Communities. Good morning and welcome to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bal Matheson, Counsel for Kāinga Ora. Good morning. I have Mr. Joe Jeffries on my right, you've seen before, Mr. Brendan Liggett, Mr. Ken Wallace, and in the back we have Josh Neville and Nadia Yosen, also from Kāinga Ora. I gather you have had the legal submissions and read them? Yep.
Yes, so we've received the legal submissions and the evidence from your witnesses, which we've read all of that
Right.
documentation. So you don't need to read that out loud to us, but
Yep.
yourself and your witnesses are very welcome to highlight key points for us, and then we can see if we have questions for you.
Thank you. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, sir. Thank you. There's a couple of points I'd like to make on the legal submissions and also partly by way of update. I imagine because you would have heard from Kāinga Ora for the PDP process, the commissioners will be aware of the statutory functions and objectives of Kāinga Ora. It's quite unusual in my experience for an entity to be coming along and essentially seeking to rezone a whole lot of other people's land. It's not normal, but that's their statutory objective, is to facilitate urban development in the right place, not just their land. And that is quite a distinction amongst most people turn up for obvious reasons and just seek to rezone their land. Kāinga Ora around the country is obviously just seeking to put development in the right place. And I'll come back to one of the themes of that, which is forward-looking. So that really covers off those statutory objectives are really dealt with in the first 2 or 3 pages of the submissions. The statutory framework starting at 3 again, I'm certainly not going to discuss that in any length. The ISPP process is a bit strange, and I heard the questions before around scope for that. There is obviously scope in the section 80 capital E to include related matters to the extent they support the MDRS provisions. So that's capital 80 capital E B Roman 3. And obviously it can't be more restrictive than the MDRS without it being a qualifying matter or going through the specific process. And I think, Commissioner, that's really where I think probably because of what happened in the Auckland Unitary Plan, I think they decided not to have big debates about jurisdiction. So there's a specific statutory provision which Commissioner you pointed to in terms of section 99. And I think the purpose of that, to be fair, is to give is certainly not to go off on a wild goose chase and put in whatever the commissioners want, but it's much more designed to allow the commissioners, if they see an error in some of the provisions or something that makes sense, or that is intended to better enable the objectives, then that's the purpose, even if it might not have been raised. So there is, in my submission, that's quite deliberate. I guess the only other point I'd make initially is that actually a lot of the changes that are being proposed in this case, and Mr. Jeffries will speak to it, to the matters of discretion, which obviously aren't specified in Schedule 3A. And the changes that are sought are really designed to better enable the outcomes in Schedule 3A. But of course, Schedule 3A doesn't specify matters of discretion for 4 or more houses. In terms of 3.2 of the submission, and commissioners, you may not be aware of this, but last Friday, the High Court issued the appeal decision on the Epsom South decision of Judge Newhook's division. That was Epsom South Residents Group and the Southern Cross private plan change, where Judge Newhook said policy 3 doesn't apply. It's not a planning decision. The High Court reversed that on just about all fronts. I will provide a copy of that to the extent that commissioners that made the Epsom Environment Court case may come across your desk, and I think it'd be useful to see what the High Court had to say about it. The only other point I'd make about the High Court case, though, is that it does make the comment at paragraph 162, and this isn't in my submission, but it relates to the point I made at make it 5.1 is that planned development or planned development in that case is what the district plan, or in that case, the Auckland Unitary Plan provides for. And one of the themes in the Kaingaroa submission is that in terms of writing assessment criteria, it's really important the assessment criteria assess the effects as against the proposed built form, not the existing built form. If you assess all the effects against the existing built form, you just end up in the same position. And in my submission, the High Courts made the point. They said existing is existing, planned is what the district plan envisages, which that makes sense with respect in terms of the High Court coming to that conclusion, but it does make it even more important that the plan does describe what the proposed ultimate planned built form is. And that's the key of the submissions at 5.1 of the submissions. You'll be very familiar with the MPSUD, so I won't need to take through that. And then I guess the other main change is the height variation control area and the proposed difference of opinion between, so I'm now at 6.2 of the submissions, the difference of opinion between the council officers that I understand are at 12 metres and Kaingaroa's submission, which is at 19 for the area shown in figure 1 in paragraph 6.2 of the submissions. So that relates to policy 3D of the MPSUD. There's a reference there that the building heights and densities need to be commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. I'm not aware of any case law on this yet. I'm sure there will be some that will come up because it's a bit of a weird one. The key submission from our perspective, though, is that in looking at what that commensurate level of activity is, one needs to take a forward-looking perspective, because if you don't, you'd just end up putting in development for what's there at the moment rather than what's proposed to be there, which seems completely contrary to the MPSUD and objective intensifications, the objectives around intensification. So in our submission, when you're looking at commensurate, you need to look at what's it likely to be commensurate with as planned, not as existing. And that deals really with 6.6 and 6.7. 6.8 is, as I say, just some to assist the commissioners thinking about it. At 6, 12 and 13, and this really comes to the feasibility point, and at 6.13, we've made the comment there that we don't have economical feasibility evidence saying people would go out and build that tomorrow. And that's not Kaingaroa's case. The essence, I guess, of Kaingaroa's case is that we're sitting there and saying, we think it needs to be 19. It relates to the submission to come, which will be seeking to increase the height of the town centre zone as well. And the concern, I guess, is that if you don't enable the full level of build out, someone might build a 3-storey building there, and then you'll never knock it down for the next 20 or 30 or 40 years. So it's an opportunity cost issue. If areas where ultimately what you want significant height do not get enabled now, there's a chance of people underbuilding on it, and then you just don't knock it down, and you essentially under intensify the areas that need to be intensified. I will provide the cases referenced there, commissioners, but it's the Middle Hill decision, which I will email a hard copy of to the hearing secretary as well. So that related to a plan change outside of Warkworth, an area that Middle Hill wanted, got declined by commissioners, was appealed to the Environment Court. Essentially, there was a debate between the council and the parties as to whether the zoning should be general business or mixed use. The Environment Court took the view that if we make it mixed use, it'll just turn into residential, because that's what's likely to happen. And the court referred to the High Court decision at paragraph 134 of their decision, which was a Belgiano Netis decision. And in that, the High Court made the comment that any rezoning case needs to look at a longer term. And it quoted, inevitably, there'll be individual sites that may not be likely to utilise the development potential of proposed rezoning. There's no mandatory requirement on the part of the council to be satisfied when settling on a zone for an area that the development potential is likely to be taken up by the individual sites. In other words, and then later on at 136 and 138 and 139, the court took the view that actually what you apply for a zoning should be what's best for the district, not what's best for an individual landowner. And i.e. it doesn't have to be feasible for an individual landowner, it has to be the best outcome for the district. And that was why in that case, the court decided we're not going to make it mixed use because it'll just turn into residential. And so we'd rather make it general business to preserve some general business owned land for Warkworth, which they were short of. And in my submission, there's a direct, I guess, correlation between whether it's a zoning or a height enablement. It's essentially the same principle that should apply. So as I say, I will provide those copies to the commissioners, and I'm very happy to answer any other questions. Otherwise, I'll ask my witnesses to get on and I'll stop trying to cough myself to death.
We might have questions for you. Just on that last point, you referred to a case that said the outcome needs to be best for the district. Which case was that?
So that's the Middle Hill decision. Okay. So I will, so the reference is there, but I'll provide hard copies. So that's paragraphs 138, 139, and the conclusion at 189.
Well, unless my fellow colleagues overrule me, I'm quite happy just to receive from you those particular pages rather than the whole.
Okay, all right.
200 odd.
Yeah, so that one's quite short for an environment.
Have questions for you, Raymond? Any questions from the legal submissions?
I do have one. As a government agency, what is Kāinga Ora's treaty responsibilities to mana whenua and what they value?
I might, I think it'd be appropriate for Mr. Leggett to answer that, but I'm happy for him to answer it now. It's probably, thank you.
So in terms of our operating principles, there is an obligation to engage directly with mana whenua when we're undertaking urban development activity. So that's an obligation enshrined in legislation, and then we have a series of processes to respond to that when we're undertaking activity.
So the iwi have indicated that they consider the Ararira or the Liffey River Wāhi Taonga. How will residents of the rezoning or the intensification value that? Probably not something you can answer.
Well, I think it's a challenging one to say that does rezoning have a material effect on the river as Taonga. In terms of land use, yes, there is a relationship between land use and the natural environment. Does zoning in and of itself mean there's an effect to the natural environment? We wouldn't say that. It's how you deliver activities on the land. So the method that you deliver, and if you're talking about, as what we're talking about, residential development, the engineering standards and the engineering build out that you put alongside that development that will either mitigate effects on the river or not. So it comes down to the how you do it in terms of construction and the process by which you engage to identify the particular values and then build those into your proposal, as opposed to strictly zoning itself.
It's really the result of the rezoning, isn't it? The outcomes, intensifying residential activities. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Lindsay?
Thank you. In your evidence, you talked about the provision in the MPSUD about walkable catchments being commensurate with the scale of activity. In the looking at Rolleston itself, it's newish town, a lot of existing recent development and so forth. Prime Commissioner Van Voorsthausen and I, we were in Rolleston last night and looking for anything above 2 stories in height within the town centre. And apart from, I think, the library building, which pokes above that by a small margin, everything else is 2 stories. Some of it is 1 story in the town centre. And it has a level of activity which is if you like, appropriate for what Rolleston is now. So in terms of our decision-making around walkable catchments, how is there a relationship between the existing new level of activity that there is within the Rolleston town centre and needing to potentially upzone around the outside of it? It might be a planning answer, but I'd be interested in your views, because
Yeah.
you go on a little bit about defining what commensurate level of activity is. So
Yeah.
I'd be interested in exploring that a little bit further.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I will ask Ms. Jeffries to talk about it from a planning perspective. I guess, you know, the point's well made. It's 1 and 2 story, and that's why you fly over the Canterbury Plains. And I did all my schooling down Winchester and Timaru. So I mean, I was down here since the 80s, early 80s. And you know, you fly over here and you see all these single story developments, and that's why you do need to go up, in my submission. In terms of taking a forward-looking view, if it's new development, yep, it's not going to get knocked down and rebuilt anytime soon. But I guess the point is, unless it's zoned for taller developments, when somebody does want to come along and think about building a building, they're not going to apply for a non-compliant or discretionary activity consent to build a building. They will do what they can. They will do what is the easiest thing to do, because that's what developers do. They take as little risk as they can, in my submission. And so I don't think you're going to be at risk of 70, 19-metre buildings turning up overnight. But there'll be the 1 or 2 buildings, and then there'll be another one, and then another one. And then over time, it will gradually intensify. And I guess that's the objective. So I think the biggest risk of, in my submission, of the MPSUD not achieving the outcomes is if everyone sits there and goes, well, it's quite low intensity now. You know, we don't imagine a more intensive future, so it's okay as it is. And you know, I guess that's what there's got to be for these tier 1 areas. There's got to be a circuit breaker, or there's got to be a change, or it'll just keep on happening. So I guess that's my legal perspective. But you know, as I said, I can't offer you more in terms of case law, but there will be some, because these issues are, as you know, happening up and down the country, and some will go to the High Court in this process, and there will need to be. And you know, I do acknowledge that for the residents, and I listened to the resident this morning, and it is going to be a change for them. And you know, it's going to be different amenity, and that's the point, because it has to be different if we're going to get intensification and live in a sustainable way, and not just keep spreading further and further out.
And leading on from that, isn't there a real difference between what a council is mandatorily required to do and what it potentially could do over and above what it is mandatorily? And wouldn't that require quite a level of rigor? Talking to the the developers themselves in Canterbury, is this what they foresee as being economic to them? I see your paragraph 613, where you say that there actually hasn't been any economic assessment. Karangaroa's position is all about enabling things to go a lot bigger than what the council is required to do under the MDRS.
Yeah, and just to be clear, so the MDRS is a purpose of this process. The other is giving effect to the MPSUD and policy 3 in particular. And so dual roles here, and that's Karangaroa's submission, is that to give effect to the MPSUD, there needs to be some additional height over and above the MDRS. But the MPS, you know, the requirements since King Salmon have been quite clear, that give effect to is very directive. And there does have to be good reason not to do that. In terms of sort of feasibility, again, I guess it comes down to what developers' motivations are, and the feasibility for buildings could change in 3 or 4 years. It could change in 5 years. Someone might take the view, if you're in iwi Trust and you say, we want to put up land for our kaumātua and there's some being developed in Auckland, they build the building, they don't need a commercial return. So it depends on your motivations as to what's feasible. So, different motivations will make different things feasible. And I guess Kaingaroa's submission is just make the opportunity available for the person that does come along and want to do it. Because it would seem to be a real shame if somebody wanted to build a 6-story building or a 5-story building and basically got stuck and said, I can only build 3, because that would seem to be underutilization.
Okay, I understand that point. And what's your view on the planning horizon that we're working with? We're talking 5, 10 years, 20 years. What future state does Kaingaroa feel that the council should be setting itself up to provide? What timeframes? And this goes back to the whole economic assessments as well, and demand. What is the demand? What is the level of land availability to actually provide this level of intensification?
Yeah,
this is over and above what is mandatory.
Yeah, and I'll ask Mr. Leggett to address, because I certainly don't want to speak for Kaingaroa itself, but I will, if I may, just make 2 points, and that's that. In my view, you can't say it's 5 or 10 years, because as I said, if you build a 3-story brand new building, walk up, you're not going to knock it down and build a 6-story one in 15 years. You're just not going to do that. So in terms of a planning horizon, you actually sit there and say, well, the best planning outcome may be to wait 5 years and build a 6-story building, not build a 3-story building within the next 3 years. So that's all about what is your shape of your future city want to be, or your town centre want to be. And I don't think it's as easy as saying, well, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And I will let Mr. Leggett mention that. The other thing I would say, though, too, is it's not just about number of houses, it's about typology and choice of different types of housing. And that also goes to one of Kaingaroa's main themes in its submission, is actually it's not just number of houses, but the form of them and responding to the demand. Brendan, do you want to add anything to it?
Yeah, well, I think just in terms of the planning horizons that our submission is predicated on, we're drawing on the MPSUD in terms of the long term, the 30-year plus horizon, but also noting that in practice, if you do build a building, in our own investment profile for buildings that we build is anywhere between 60 and 80 years. So once we make that decision to knock over what is there and rebuild that, that is a decision that is founded on a 60-year horizon. So from a planning perspective, in terms of coming into the process, we're looking at 30 years plus. From an investment perspective, it's a 60-year plus decision. And yes, we do have to make those exact trade-offs that Mr. Matheson is describing, in that, do you go now against the policy framework and the plan that exists, or in the case of what's happening up and down the country with the ISPP process, do you wait 18, 24 months, or do you wait another 10 years before you actually invest in changing an asset? In some cases, we don't have 10 years to wait when we're reconfiguring the asset. We need to do it in the more immediate future. So then we're guided by the planning framework. Hence why we're looking at, if you're making those decisions now about what the future should look like, we should be dealing with a 30+ year framework for that district plan.
Okay. Is there a difference between KO and your role as a housing developer and the rest of the sector in terms of delivery?
I think in terms of the approach that we bring to this process, there is a difference in that we're looking broadly across it from an urban development lens rather than a project by project lens. The outcomes that we're putting in front of you we don't start with our portfolio and then define an outcome. We start with what is the NPSUD telling us in terms of the well-functioning urban environment, and what does that look like when you apply those outcomes of the NPSUD to this place to then reach a framework that we would then respond to by project. So there's a subtle difference in how we're responding to this process. In terms of the delivery of physical built form, probably the key difference will be the way we're funded. The private sector has to use its own capital or capital that it has borrowed against. For us, obviously, we've got a funding stream coming through the government each and through the tenants each year via rent, but have a very different driver for the investment decisions that we make. We're not about net present value and that immediate return on capital. Ours is a cash flow investment, so it's a very different financial model.
Okay. Thank you.
Just got a number of questions I'd like to ask you about, and as with the previous commissioner's questions, if another witness is best placed to answer it, that's fine. And there is a degree of overlap with next week's hearing in terms of the commercial mixed-use zone and town centre zones, etc. So just forgive me if I stray into that territory, but your legal submissions do that as well. Yeah. No, I just meaning today's legal submissions stray into next week's territory a bit as well. Firstly, just at your 5.1, this issue of existing character and amenity versus planned built form, not a question, but just that was addressed as part of the chapter hearings for the proposed district plan, where Kaingaroa made the same submissions. So the hearing panel has already, for that particular chapter, has already considered that issue and made interim recommendations, of course, which haven't gone through to the council yet, but we've deliberated on that matter already. So just wanted to let you know that's not a new matter for at least some of us. I just wanted to now talk initially about the NPSUD and policy 3, which underpins a lot of what your case relies on. I just wanted to check a couple of things with you. So first of all, the Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act, it only amended substantively paragraph D of policy 3. It didn't amend A, B or C other than to assert the word at into paragraph C, I think. Yep. So looking at policy 3, because we're dealing with Selwyn District, and policy 3 of the NPSUD talks about zones, and those zones draw their meaning from the national planning standards. That's my understanding. So we're not dealing with a city centre zone. We're not dealing with a metropolitan centre zone. Are we in Rolleston? We're dealing with a town centre zone. Yeah. So A is not relevant, B is not relevant. And I just wondered what extent is C relevant, because it talks about city centre zones and metropolitan centre zones, which aren't relevant here. Roman numerals 1 talks about existing and planned rapid transit stops. Are there any of those in the Rolleston town centre zone? I don't believe so. So C is probably not relevant either. So we're really only looking at D as amended by the Enabling Housing Act. And just, so I sort of have the same questions in my mind that Commissioner Daish asked you about. When we look at D, which we've just agreed is the only relevant part of policy 3 for Selwyn, it does talk about urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. And we just heard yourself and your witnesses say that, look, a new build, certainly from Kaingaroa's perspective, they're looking at a 60 to 80 year time frame from a construction perspective. The vast majority of the Rolleston town centre is new build. It's been built within the last 1 or 2 years. So on your own evidence, that's not going to change for many decades. So I'm just wondering about, is Kaingaroa trying to shoehorn in an outcome here that's simply not appropriate? You're seeking a kind of consistent approach nationwide, and you haven't really tailored it to the specifics of the district within which you're appearing.
Yeah, well, I'll let Ms. Jeffries address the planning aspect of it. I suppose, yeah, and Mr. Wallace has also specifically addressed that point. In terms of the developed area, I mean, I suppose the only point I'd make is that even though the sites might be developed now, in 5 or 10 years, it may actually be feasible. I mean, I said, you know, you're not going to go knock down a 3 or 4-story building, 3-story building. You might knock down a single level building. It might be economically sensible to do that. We just don't know. So I guess so I agree. To the extent it's a new area, it's probably less likely, but it doesn't mean to say that, you know, with the right financial incentive, somebody might be prepared to knock down 2 or 3 single level buildings and build a 6-story apartment building with retail at the bottom or whatever in the town centre or outside apartments or whatever, if it made financial sense to do that. So I don't think just because it's developed means it's not going to happen. I think if it's developed at 3 stories or so, it might be harder. But again, that depends on what your profit drivers are, what your funding stream is, you know, what your risk appetite is. So
you talked about a need to take a forward-looking approach. In Rolleston, the town centre zone has precinct 1 sitting on top of it, and under town centre zone rule requirement 2, precinct 1, there's a maximum height limit of 15 metres. MRZ REQ4 is currently before us, has a height limit of 11 metres plus 1, you mentioned, which gives the 12 that you referred to. How is that inappropriate if it's 15 metres within the commercial area and then 11 plus 1 in the surrounding residential area? That seems reasonable to me. Why is that unreasonable? No, thank you for that. That's a helpful concession. So thank you for making that. Just for my information, 19-metre tall buildings. How many stories is that? That's not you, that's someone else.
It varies to an extent in terms of the type of product and the kind of pricing you want, but it's 5 to 6 stories typically. I don't really think you could get 7 stories within that 19-metre. I think that'd be a bit too much of a challenge in terms of meeting building code minimums and freeboard and stuff like that where those apply.
All right, no, that's all for now. We can just proceed
Thank
with
you,
the witnesses.
Mr. Liggett. I wasn't disappointed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think some of the points in the evidence we've started to canvass already. Fundamentally, just in terms of the front sections of the evidence, trying to outline why Kaingora is here. There is a housing need that spreads across Canterbury. Typically in the past in Selwyn, we've been able to meet that need relatively readily with just basic turnover between tenancies. That is not the case anymore. That is typical nationwide though, so it's a nationwide trend that is simply applying itself to Selwyn when we look at the public housing requirements that exist here. We are actively looking to increase the portfolio across Canterbury. In Selwyn, fundamentally that needs to happen through engagement with the market. We don't have a large land footprint here, so our supply line is more acquisition of land and building on that land or acquisition of completed product delivered by the market. So in that sense, as we were just discussing before, are we coming here looking at it from a portfolio perspective and then applying a particular outcome that we see on our land to the city? No, we're not. We're looking at what do we think is an appropriate long-term framework in which Selwyn and its cities, in particular Rolleston, can grow over time, which has led us to the submissions that we put in front of you. I guess there's two key elements there. One is about the creation of greater housing choice. And in Rolleston, it is fairly recent development, the flight from Christchurch as a result of the earthquake, but the product delivered is very much a single level brick and tile. And to talk to the town centre, yes, there could very well be precinct 1 in the business zone that gives you 15 metres. The rest of it's predominantly 10. So we're seeing the delivery of the town centre as fundamentally prescribed by the outcomes of the district plan. Is that a reason why height hasn't been explored here by the development community? We aren't actively building in the town centre, so I can't give you a definitive comment on that, but I know from our own activity that we do and the engagement that we have with the residential developers that we build with, the development community will take a very risk-averse view to some controls in the plan, height being one of them. Our experience is that within our own developments and with that of private developers, height you don't want to breach. That takes you into a process that means your outcome is very uncertain. So unless you've got a lot of time and available capital floating around to weather the storm of an extended process that's not certain, typically developers, in our experience, wouldn't look to breach that rule. So have we got a town centre, but that is a product of the most economically efficient form of development based on the development metrics that would apply here, or have we got something that is a product of the district plan and what it permitted? There's a question in my mind. I don't have an answer for you, and maybe that's something we need to pick up in the town centre hearing in next week. But with that lens applied, that is the very reason why we're saying we don't just want to have a framework that delivers for the community as we see it and as we understand it today. And development economics is, and the feasibility of development does, like the MPS is subscribing for amenity, that changes over time, but equally development economics changes over time. It's not that long ago that you could look in our major cities where you would not see three-story development being feasible. Now where that is enabled, that does occur. And it's within a 10-year planning cycle that change has happened as plans have enabled it, as development community has borne witness to its ability to deliver it, and then people building up the technologies and their programs to deliver, we see that change. So looking solely on everything based on today and just directly forecasting that forward, I think we may be shooting ourselves in the foot as to the options that are available, which is why in our submission we have sought the 19 metres additional height in and around Rolleston. There are still some parts of that footprint that are older areas of the city that may be in the foreseeable future appropriate for redevelopment, and equally why we're asking for greater height in the town centre so that we don't end up with a continuation of low density outcomes simply because of the planning framework. Removing one of those barriers. Equally, when it comes to the relief sought around the assessment criteria, it's the same thing. Looking forward to the planned urban outcomes as opposed to the character and amenity of the past, and making sure that when we're making those assessments on proposals that come before the council, that we are actually turning our mind to the future state, not the character and amenity that exists at the time the plan is drafted. Probably don't need to say too much more than that, other than if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Thanks, Lindsay. Raymond?
Yes, I do have one. Probably spoke about this earlier, but we had heard from other expert evidence. Ms. Jones for CIS talked about demand for low density living in Selwyn. There's very little demand for it and for 3-story buildings. So there's very little demand for 3-story buildings in Selwyn. And Mr. Sellers, the registered valuer, says the key attractions of the townships in Selwyn is the low density rural environment where there are very few two-level residential dwellings. House buyers are attracted to Selwyn by price advantage relative to suburban Christchurch, the larger section sizes and low density development. Do you want to comment on that? Do you have any comments about that?
Not a valuer, so I won't pretend to provide valuation expertise, but I think on reflection of those comments, you're talking about current market preference. And that's undeniable. That's what's built there right now. That's what the market is responding to today. Will that be the same preference in 15 years, in 20 years, in 30 years?
Well, the expert evidence was raised on behalf of the developer.
Yeah. Is our position on that is that it's predominantly driven by current day preferences. And we'll be talking to those people that are active in the market. That is a sample. That is not a full spectrum of the entire market. And a valuer or a real estate agent engaging in a developer building for people who are trying to buy homes will talk to those people that are trying to buy homes. That's not dealing with everybody who may need a home. So again, the advice that they're drawing on is just a particular snapshot. It's not the full and complete market. So are there gaps in the information they have available to them? There is a potential for that.
Thank you.
And just to support what Commissioner Solomon was saying, the evidence we've had in other hearings from economists for developers and from the council's peer reviewers is there's no expectation that the medium density residential standards are going to make any difference to the housing typology in Selwyn in the foreseeable future. And there's a consensus amongst all of the economic witnesses that we've heard from on that. It's not a question, that's just expanding on what Commissioner Solomon was addressing you about. No questions of clarification from me.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just thanks for the opportunity for me to speak in front of you today. My name is Cam Wallace. I'm an urban designer with Barker & Associates. Just before I start, I want to point out there was an error in my brief of evidence in paragraphs 3.2 and 3.3, where I referred to plan change 26 and not variation 1. I just want to apologise. I was presenting to the Waipa Council on an identical topic at the end of last week, so I was simultaneously preparing two briefs of evidence. So I just wanted to point that out now. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking through things. I just wanted to make a kind of few key points. In terms of the matters of discretion, I support in 4.7 to 4.10 Kāinga Ora's proposals, although in 4.10 I did recommend a slight amendment, and that's a specific reference to the location of a site. I thought this was an important distinguishing factor because even in the broader MDRS, you have very different contextual situations based on location in terms of proximity to the centre or proximity to a school or open space. And I think that can and should inform potentially different design outcomes for more intensive developments. So I think that's an important matter that should be included in the matters of discretion. Paragraphs 4.11 and 4.33 discuss Council's proposed modifications or additional standards to the MDRS. And I kind of just want to reaffirm my general opposition to those. I list a number of what I see are quite obvious design issues with what is being proposed. And if I was to summarise it, I think there is a risk that you're potentially, if you're adopting some of those, while some of them are well-intentioned, I think the practical effect might mean you're essentially permitting poor design outcomes and requiring resource consent for better design outcomes. And that's really the opposite approach I think we should be taking. In terms of the height control variation area, so we've already had a bit of discussion around that. So I guess in urban design terms, I support the idea of signalling greater intensification in and around the centre over and above the MDRS. I think one of the probably the most valid criticisms of the MDRS is that potentially disperses growth across the entire residential area. And when I come back to in terms of a good design outcome, would I rather see, six developments delivering 18 homes on the outskirts of Rolleston, or would I rather see one development delivering 18 homes right next to the town centre? And the latter would be the answer. And I think providing some incentive or trying to help direct and signal to the market where that might occur is valuable. And, as we've mentioned, preferences change over time. I think adding to some of the discussions that we've had, I'm increasingly working with different sectors of the development community, things like build to rent models. They have, again, very different financial models. They're becoming increasingly popular. So I wouldn't necessarily want to be foreclosing on those opportunities at this stage. I think it's really important that we try to get as many people in and around the centre as possible, as opposed to the periphery. So that's why I am kind of supportive of the idea of increased height and density of development in and around the centre. So I will leave it there and happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Thank you. I probably should have asked this question. I'm still looking at when, but it's just as a result of what you've been saying. He is still here, so I'll try this first. If Karangaora was offered in 2023, a couple of hectares of land within the walking distance catchment which you're proposing, and in terms of your development objectives and what you want to do, and crunching all the numbers and making sure, would you build a 6-story development in Rolleston if it was permitted to 19 metres? Or if you don't know, are there other places?
Lindsay, that was a very good question, so I'd like the answer to that before you elaborate on another question. Just looking for a yes or no.
Yeah, well, I think the only answer I could give you would be to draw on parallels with other developments we're doing within Canterbury. We do have examples of sites of that scale where we are proposing 5-story buildings, not yet lodged with the council because of, and not this council, but issues related to that council's process. Would we put 5 stories across the entire multiple hectares of a site? No, because we're looking for a range of housing outcomes. But could I see us putting a 5-story building? Quite possibly, but it would be very site specific.
And the other Canterbury examples that you're talking about in terms of 5 stories, well, do you know the height limit, current height limits for those sites? Presumably they're in Christchurch.
They're in Christchurch, and that's the reason we lodged them, because we're waiting for Christchurch City Plan Change 13, 14 to.
Okay, but so in terms of the operative plan, you don't know what the current height limit is in terms of expectations for the development. In terms of expectation, it's 2-story, 2 to 3-story height. Okay, so it's an 8 to 10 metre height limit then. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Jeffries touches on this as well, but you're looking at the matters of discretion that there are. So if there is 4 or more units on a particular site, certain things kick in terms of design outcomes, and you're wanting to amend between you from an urban design perspective, a rewrite of matter 1 relating to residential design and matter 8 is deleted as a consequence. And it comes down to 3 very succinct statements of matters of discretion, which a decision maker will need to take into account in terms of making a decision about whether something is acceptable. So you talked about this, first of all, the scale, which we have talked about a bit, whether it's compatible with the planned urban built form. So I think that matters understood in terms of the scale. Development contributes to a safe and attractive public realm and streetscape, what it looks like from the site, whether it's doing all those good things about a development blending into or providing a good quality urban outcome. It's the third one which I'm a little bit unsure about how a decision maker would actually deal with it. So the degree to which development delivers quality on-site amenity and occupancy privacy that is appropriate for the scale. So if you look at a development in Rolleston, we'll talk about the 90-metre area, but we can talk about another area as well where there's MDRs. Firstly, how would a decision maker know whether it's producing quality on-site amenity and privacy, and how would it actually relate to the scale?
So I guess there's a few different components of that when we're talking about kind of those elements together. So when we're referencing scale, we're starting to talk about height, and then that starts to draw in issues about window placement in relation to neighbouring sites or sites within a development if it's a comprehensive development. So how kind of opportunities for overlooking are kind of managed through screening devices or landscaping or fencing or those types of elements. The idea of quality on-site amenity is trying to reflect that, I guess it's intentionally quite broad and it varies by site in terms of what quality is, which is why I discussed those amendments around location. I think some of it comes back to quality in terms of just kind of functionality, usable space. You know, the MDRS has a bunch of minimums, which in all situations, I would argue, wouldn't necessarily deliver quality on-site amenity, especially as you're intensifying a site and getting more units. So I think, you know, in my mind, you need to be cognizant of the level of amenity provided by say a 3-story walk-up is going to be less on neighbouring sites or for people within that site, but that's in terms of the kind of wider trade-off in terms of its location, cost of the overall cost of the housing, you know, proximity to services and stuff. So I guess there are off-site amenities which kind of come into that equation as well in terms of what is an acceptable on-site quality. And I think that's kind of my reading in terms of how I interpret that matter of discretion.
Is it when you're looking at that provision and you're looking at that off-site amenity, wouldn't those matters also apply to off-site amenity? You've specifically referenced quality on-site amenity, so it's very much inward focused. It's very much the development itself. Not if you take out the public realm side of things, but you're looking at the 3 other sides of the development, for example. Where would you draw the line? Where would some guidance be in terms of delivering that matter or considering that matter of discretion?
Well, in terms of the guidance, I think the standards themselves set that baseline for the external sites, just in terms of the overall building envelope, but in terms of how the site itself is configured, how internal uses are configured and relate to those kind of boundaries is kind of relevant and will have an impact on the surrounding sites. And that's really the focus of the assessment.
Would there be a difference in between a 19-metre height limit and an 11-metre height limit in the way in which you might apply it?
Yes, I think there might be, especially when I'm considering. But you know, I think one of the biggest issues is when you're going up in height are issues around kind of overlooking, kind of looking down into neighbouring sites. And obviously, the higher you are, the kind of further you can look, and it's, you know, fencing and stuff is, you know, essentially useless when you're looking down from the 5th story. So yes, it would change in terms of, you know, a 5th story or versus just a single story building where you can rely on 1.82 metre high boundary fencing.
So how would you, from a practical building perspective, how would you deal with overlooking effects both within the site in relation to on-site amenity and off the site in relation to off-site amenity?
Yeah, so there are a few different kind of measures which, you know, are typically adopted. It's in terms of how you might step the building back at upper stories to provide that kind of physical visual barrier in terms of those views, how you kind of treat your balustrading or any screening on external balconies or around windows themselves, how you position your landscaping around the boundary, and just general kind of window placement in terms of how you might look at both the neighbouring site in terms of how it exists now, in terms of how they use it, or how it might be developed. How it might be developed in the future. So I think you would need to take on those kind of particular site contexts.
So in relation to the existing matters of discretion, those items which you're talking about then, would they be covered off in terms of things which would need to be evaluated? Perhaps Mr. Jeffries might have a comment on that as well, but whether or not, because if you look at the existing matter one that there is, it's got 6 different items, and I won't go through all those, but it's a lot more comprehensive than the fairly potentially narrow matters in item 3 relating to quality, on-site amenity and occupant privacy. Any comment on that from an urban design perspective?
I guess just kind of reflecting on it, I think there may be kind of an opportunity to reflect some of that offsite in terms of impacts on neighbours, and it's especially so when you're getting to much more intensive development. So I think there probably would be an opportunity to incorporate that idea under criteria 3.
Okay. Again, relating to matter 1, your paragraph 14, where you say council's recommended changes are considered inappropriate. That's in relation to a number of different matters. These are the additional provisions, but if you take it back to matter 1, is this going to be providing longer term? If you're just dealing with matter 1 as proposed by KO, is that going to be dealing with the appropriateness of the development in urban design terms and in amenity terms, without considering things like where your windows are placed, what you do with your front yards, whether there's an accessory building in there? Is it just left to a discretion on those matters in matter 1, or whether there could be some more guidance? Because you might have 2 urban designers that have different views, and how are you going to reconcile those different views?
I guess from my perspective, yep, you're going to have, even if you have the more detailed, you're possibly going to have those kind of divergent views amongst different urban designers, different planners. I don't necessarily think that resolves the issue. I think, typically in terms of, where I've seen kind of the most benefit in addressing these types of issues is where you may have some supporting assessment criteria to provide a bit more understanding and guidance around those matters of discretion, or kind of, reference to design guides outside the plan to provide a bit more kind of practical examples of how you might go about addressing it. That is generally my kind of preference, and in terms of, I guess, creating a usable and helpful district plan, and from a design perspective. From memory, I think the approach KO has adopted is largely to be consistent with the existing framework of the kind of district plan, which was set up slightly differently. So I think that was, I think from memory, we briefly explored those types of ideas, but the idea was to keep it kind of consistent with the existing kind of layout and set out within the plan, which is why we've come up with this more simplified structure in terms of the assessment criteria, matters of discretion.
Okay. Yeah, your paragraph 5.10, and we might have already covered this in some detail. We talk about the anecdotal evidence of conversations that you've had with clients and others in the development community, etc. Those anecdotal conversations been in the Canterbury context, or they been in the Auckland context, or or just generally anywhere? Isn't there a difference of context?
Yeah, just generally anywhere. It's been, you know, in the South Island, Oamaru, Nelson, Queenstown, which is obviously very different, but broadly across North Island in terms of, it's just more some of the conversations I'm having in the work I'm doing across the country, and also on a number of kind of future development strategies where we're having these one-on-one discussions with development community and formulating these.
Okay, but in relation to tier one councils, difference between Hamilton City and here, for example, or
Yeah, 100%. And even within tier one councils, you know, even within those urban environments, there's kind of differences amongst those areas. You know, it's not just, you know, this is what works for Auckland. It might be this works for part of Auckland and doesn't work for another part, but it's very much a generic comment.
all right, thank you.
I just want to focus on your paragraph 4.7, which you've already been discussing with my colleagues. I just want to clarify what Kaingaroa is seeking, and so anyone can chip in on this from your team, Mr. Matheson. So you're seeking to delete in its entirety Res Matter 1, is that correct?
Yes.
You also, are you seeking to then delete all of Res Matter 8 or just the amendments to Res Matter 8 that are resulted from variation 1?
Joe, you might be best.
It is the entirety of Res Matter 8. Excuse me. Is that on? The intention there is to have a single set of matters of discretion that cover 4 or more dwellings.
Okay.
So at the notified version, there is some overlap between those. That is unnecessary. in my view.
Just wanted to get clear in my mind what you're asking us for. So Mr. Matheson, Res Matter 1 is not subject to variation 1. What's the scope for your request in that regard?
Well, I guess that would, I suppose that to the extent it relates to the discussion we had at the start about section 8, right. And
So now just looking at what we're being asked to do, Res Matter 1 has 6 components to it. Res Matter 8 is varied by variation 1, has 6 components to it, 6 clauses. You're asking us to replace 12 clauses that would guide a decision maker with 3, what in my view as a decision maker are quite vague requirements as set out in your 4.7, Mr. Wallace. How is that going to enable or assist with sound decision making in the future?
I guess from my perspective, you know, in terms of the design process, you know, flexibility is really helpful to respond to the specific site circumstances. I don't necessarily think providing more detail is necessarily, well, it may be helpful to some decision makers, it might not be helpful to others, but I don't think it necessarily aids the overall development process, because I still think you can get widely divergent interpretations of what those mean. So I don't necessarily, you know, think that, you know, just having more matters of discretion necessarily aids you as a decision maker, at least in terms of what I consider to be good design. And you know, I think that the hard thing from my mind is, you know, design is a very difficult. I acknowledge it's kind of difficult to assess, but it's highly subjective, and a lot of it comes down to kind of personal preferences. But I guess the focus of this was just to try and keep it to some kind of core principles which spoke to the MDRS provisions.
So putting to one side the issue of scope, which elements of Res Matter 1, in your view, provide inappropriate guidance to a decision maker?
Res Matter 1, referring to in keeping with or complementing the scale and character of development. I think my interpretation of that wording was very much, it was more aligned to kind of the status quo rather than kind of necessarily the change in terms of the MDRS. That was just my interpretation of that. Some of the matters are essentially, I think, have been incorporated into our kind of revised versions. Whether development is designed to minimize visual bulk and provide, well, it's the visual bulk component. I think that's in my opinion, that's kind of a loaded term, and it's kind of negatively connotated and implies the types of building forms that you could see in the MDRS are something that needs to be managed or mitigated to a great extent, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think I do see benefit in matter 5 in particular. I think that could actually be retained, just kind of on reflection. I think it was something that I had previously raised with KO, but didn't end through the final development. In my experience, servicing and parking is actually a key driver of the outcomes on a site, and most developers I work with, the provision of car parking is almost the first port of call in terms of their development. So, and it can have a very big driver on the overall quality. So I actually think matter 5 would be beneficial to retain, just kind of rereading and rethinking it out loud. And then in reference to SIPTED, SIPTED is good. No issue with that. I just don't think it needs to necessarily, when you look at SIPTED principles, they actually cover quite a diverse range of things, which are a lot of it's outside the control of the kind of district plan. Talk about maintenance requirements of areas and all those types of things. So I think the core concepts of SIPTED are good, and we've sought to cover those in reference to safe and attractive kind of public realm in a broader sense, but SIPTED principles themselves are not 100% aligned with kind of medium density development.
But the outcomes that SIPTED are intended to achieve are pretty desirable, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that the outcome is ultimately a safe environment, which is still captured in our proposal. Sorry, I just don't have them in front of me at this moment.
It's just not in the packet. It's just sees the data.
Yeah, but I imagine that your witnesses, when presenting evidence to us seeking the deletion of a provision, have looked at the provision and have decided in their own minds why it's inappropriate. So, yeah.
May I step in on this one?
No, because I'm interested
Okay.
from the urban design witness, what he thinks is inappropriate from an urban design point of view.
If I may, Commissioner, no, matter 8 did not appear in the section 42. You'll have to go to the proposed district plan and turn on the variation layer to find ResMat 8.
If I could just provide a little context for that though, and let Mr. Wallace address it. The point wasn't necessarily about the specifics of those provisions. It was the overlap. It largely covered a lot of the same territory as matter 1. So the intention here with these, the changes sought to 1 and 8 is that they were meant to work together. So, and to avoid that duplication for an activity that is essentially comes down to any development of additional dwellings beyond that which is permitted.
Yeah, no, look, I understand that, but if you're asking us to delete provisions, I'm just wondering why, from an urban design perspective, those provisions are deemed to be inappropriate. This is the last question for Mr. Wallace that I have. Oh, Raymond, sorry, we haven't dealt with Commissioner Solomon, so she may well have questions too. So just to make sure we're looking at the same thing, res matter 8 is varied by variation 1 has gone from 4 clauses to 6. Is that what you have in front of you?
Yes, yes.
And in my version, strikeouts are in pink wash and insertions are in green wash. I don't know if that's.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I
okay,
have
good. So
that.
we're looking at the same thing. So which of those 6 clauses are inappropriate from an urban design perspective?
I think it was more the general having an additional residential unit in terms of its own discrete. It was more in the context of the additional residential unit being its own discrete thing, which requires assessment. Whereas I think it's just any building kind of requires assessment in terms of triggering. Once you trigger the 3+, I didn't see why. This is my kind of recollection or understanding. It was more that I don't think ResMat 8 was just needed at all in terms of that as an activity or as a matter of assessment. It's covered
Yes,
by.
so don't look to Mr. Jeffries because he's not an urban design expert. So from your perspective, there's no need for matters of discretion relating to additional residential units. Is that what you're saying?
In terms of what is, well, my interpretation was that the additional residential units essentially would only be triggered by the 4+ dwelling assessment. That's where you would use ResMat 1. So it was more in the sense that I didn't think ResMat 8 was actually required, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure if it makes sense, but I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
what your rationale for recommending its deletion was.
Well, I mean, that's my kind of recollection understanding. If I can just go through the list, there are issues around, in my mind, when you're referring to extent to which, as I think this is a good one, extent to which landscape on the site enhances residential amenity, reduces the visual impact of buildings through screening and planting. Again, I think there's the way it's kind of set up is it's kind of negatively connotated that new development is bad and it's something to be kind of mitigated or managed. And that's my reading in terms of setting up those expectations. In terms of effects on the character and amenity of their zones, anticipated for the zone, that's probably kind of potentially addressed by anticipated for the zone. Although I generally get concerned when there are any references to kind of character values, especially with the reference to kind of more intensive development. That generally raises a red flag in my mind in terms of how that particular term gets applied, and can act as quite a inhibiting factor. So that would be my kind of key points on that.
So I just want to come back to your comments on the landscaping clause. What are you saying to us here? Are you saying that landscaping to try and achieve the mitigation that clauses A through to D might result in is inappropriate?
Not that landscaping is inappropriate. I mean, it's trees, landscaping, greenery. It's all kind of beneficial stuff. I think it's just more the way that it's worded, and it kind of implies, well, in my reading, it kind of implies from the start that a new building is something which is kind of be bad, and we're going to have to do things to kind of address that new building itself. But I don't necessarily think that's the case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Any questions, Mr. Wallace?
Yes, I do. At 4.8 of your evidence, you talk about a consistent approach in the assessment of more intensive forms of residential development in light of the increased use of modular. or standardised terraced apartment typologies regionally and nationally. So it doesn't exactly promote variety or differing housing typologies though, does it?
I think it does, because invariably there is a matter of, or when we're talking about these types of topologies, there's still individual preferences in terms of the people who you're ultimately selling to, that will reflect characteristics. It's probably more in reference to, particularly to the floor plans themselves, in terms of how they go out arranging an individual dwelling. A lot of those are, I guess, becoming increasingly fixed, and some of the kind of assessment criteria that you are seeing are potentially requiring a kind of a bespoke approach to some of this kind of modular housing, where it kind of undermines the ability to kind of deliver it. And I think, there's still, even with modular housing, there's still kind of wide scope, especially in terms of the external interface, materiality, and those types of things, which are amended to suit, preferences of future buyers and what's kind of available in the local area in terms of those products. So I still think it provides variety, and then in that sense, you also get a wide variety of the floor plans and typologies themselves. So it's not necessarily saying that there's going to be one floor plan of terraced housing and that's the only thing that's going to be delivered. You still get a variety from the different kind of home builders and stuff like that coming out of their product line, which helps provide that overall variety within any given centre. It's definitely not, there's only one type of modular home. There's different types kind of constantly emerging and that are being refined and responding to market preferences in terms of what they want out of more intensive housing typologies.
And with your comments regarding public housing, so, admittedly, I'm a little bit narrow-minded when it comes to public housing, but I've got pictured it overseas in my head, and it's not a pretty picture. So public housing in some parts of the world are provided for affordable housing. So we're not going to end up with a whole lot of 3-story terraced buildings looking like, are we? We're not going to end up, we're going to have some variety in the 3-story buildings, aren't we? They're not going to all look the same, are they?
No, undoubtedly there is natural variation that you're going to that will be delivered, because it comes back to some of these points we're making in terms of those market preferences and viability and different kind of development drivers between public housing, build to rent, private developers. So you kind of see it when you go around any area. Not every single house looks identical. There is always differentiation, and then over time you have, as residents kind of live in these areas, houses themselves adapt. They are personalised to an extent with how they might treat their own front yard landscaping in terms of their personal preferences versus what the developer provided for them. So I think there's an element where, you will still get variety, and then once people start to live in these types of homes as well, you kind of provide more opportunities for that kind of natural variation to happen, which is what you see with urban development all over the country.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be reassured. Thank you.
I think that's all we had from Mr. Wallace. So now Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you.
Given we're getting into the specifics of provisions. So I just want to draw attention to the fact that I provided evidence on the residential provisions of the PDP before the variation. And there was some overlap between them. The residential provisions provide objective policies, matters of discretion that apply across different zones, including the medium density residential zone. So I think, in my view, that entire set of provisions is relevant to this hearing. And our approach to that statement of evidence, the previous statement, was to avoid overlap. So we just dealt with things once. So the matters where we only addressed points that did not relate in any way to this variation one in that first set of evidence. And at the time, we did seek through legal to have those two systems fare this exact situation where we're not getting a chance to address some of the points, which seems to be occurring here with this claim of scope around the matters of discretion. So we didn't take up the opportunity to address those that point in that previous hearing because we understood we'd have the opportunity to address it here. And in my view, it's inseparable. That entire the chapter can't be separated out into parts cleanly. Some that are relevant to variation 1 and some that aren't. So that's first point I want to make. Another point I want to make is around this 19-metre height we're seeking in Rolleston, which in my view is consistent with policy 3D of the NPSUD. And there's been a lot of talk of feasibility, which is subject to change. I think the point already has been made, but I don't think we should be making planning rules now based on current feasibility. Feasibility can change. Demand for housing can change quickly. Development costs can change. If development costs go down, then feasibility can go up. And market preferences can change. And there has been evidence of this happening in Wellington. The HBA was done in 2019, and a lot of that said that these intensive typologies would not be feasible in a lot of the Wellington region. And since then, a lot of it has actually occurred. In the Hutt Valley, there's been townhouse developments in suburbs that did not appear feasible only a couple of years prior to that. So yeah, I think that's all I need to cover now, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Raymond, questions, Mr. Jeffries?
Just your last point about, obviously we're both from Wellington, so you know a bit about what's going on. So can you point to me where we're in the Hutt Valley, there's more than 3 stories being recently built?
Well, there's been a lot of 3-story development. And
around Waterloo Station, for example.
Exactly, Waterloo. And there's been 3-story apartments in Waterloo. And previous modelling had said that apartments would not be feasible there, and they've since proven to be. And there's been townhouse development of 2 to 3 stories right through the district, Stokes Valley and Wainui-Yamata. So areas that were considered low demand, that they have seen take up. So yeah, the point is that feasibility can change. It's difficult to pin down in an assessment. So assessments can be wrong, but the actual real world conditions can change quickly as well.
So is there anywhere in the Hutt Valley which provides a greater height limit than 3 stories, for argument's sake, which have been developed recently?
Greater than 3?
Greater than 3. It don't needn't be residentially zoned. It could be in the town centres as well, but for a residential use.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any.
So I guess the point is that potentially these things were enabled, but they haven't come into fruition as yet.
Well, there's not a lot of areas that enable above 6-story yet. That the main changes they've had there in the past have been to enable 3-story, and a lot of it's been taken up. Another point I'd like to make, though, is that I don't think feasibility should be a guide to what we should constrain. Allowing something to happen, if it's not feasible, it doesn't occur, there's no adverse effect associated with that. I don't think we should be aiming to match our zoning with what's currently feasible.
Okay, but the converse of that is, if you do allow an up zoning, say you go to 19 metres instead of 12 metres, that additional height limit does potentially impact existing people who are there with a 12-metre height limit or a lesser height limit. There is a change in amenity by increasing height, isn't there?
Yeah, and I guess that's the cost of it. But I don't agree that there's a cost associated specifically with it having a greater level of development enabled, and that gets taken up, which seems to be the line that's been taken on this. to some extent.
But it also isn't that allied to the feasibility and what the market also wants.
How do you mean, sorry?
Well, just in terms of, we've been told in various pieces of evidence throughout these hearings that the demand in Selwyn is for one, potentially two-story development. So you're proposing around Rolleston, what a massive increase in that anticipated urban form that there is currently in the proposed district plan. So therefore, if there's a lower height limit, those people around the edges of that lower height limit or within that lower height limit know that they have a certain level of amenity available to them. Was 19 metres, that level of amenity would be fettered because it is an increase in height, increase in bulk, increase in shading, all those things.
Yeah, if the development gets taken up, there would be a change in urban form, but the MPS is clear that that's what should be enabled, is change in an amenity, and that change in amenity is not necessarily an adverse effect in itself.
So I realise that, but it depends on the height limit you're proposing though, isn't it? What your levels of amenity, what your planned urban form, and the levels of amenity from that planned urban form, they're different between what is a 12-metre height limit and a 19-metre height limit.
They are different, but the MPS directs that there will be changes in amenity, and it specifically directs that.
No, we agreed about that, but there is a difference in amenity values in between 12 metres and 19 metres, isn't there?
Yeah, there's different. It's a different urban form, yes.
Yeah, and then it also potentially goes back to the various different strategic processes that have gone on before about what people actually want for their townships as well. This is over and above what the MPSUD says you've got to do.
Well, it directs to enable commensurate with community services and commercial activity. And I think one thing is 3D was modified by the Enabling Act. So it was considered in the context of the MDRS.
Yeah.
MDRS does provide a baseline of 3 stories. So I think if this policy exists, it must be to enable something greater than 3 stories.
Yeah, in terms of development capacity, I understand what you're saying. But certainly strategic planning processes that, there was a lot of work that went into the PDP. There's an outcome from that. MDRS comes in. Do you automatically go to the next level of density over and above what MDRS provides? So that's the question for us.
Yeah, and I think you should, because the policy clearly directs something different to the MDRS.
Okay. Perhaps we can then, we talked, I don't know, you probably appeared to us 4 or 5 times before.
That's right.
During this hearing process. So in terms of the planned urban form issue, I think that's, your position on that is clear. Can I take you to your 3.23 and also 3.24, because they're talking about the same thing. I'm interested in your recommended changes in relation to matter 3 and matter 4, and it's number 1 in both, because it says the same. So you want effects on privacy, outlook or shading on the affected property to be changed to neighbouring sites. Now, aren't you also looking in terms of height and height in relation to boundary to not only look at neighbouring properties, you're looking at potential streetscape and potentially internally within the site as well to achieve those?
I think it should be that the standard and its associated matter of discretion should be externally focused. It is height. I think it should be, you're correct, that the neighbouring sites and the street, which this amended set of matters of discretion covers both of those. Number 1, clause 1 covers neighbouring sites. Clause 2, effects on amenity values, including dominance having regard to the planned built form of the zone. That enables consideration of the streetscape and the public.
So you're saying that number one should just purely be around impacts on neighbouring sites as opposed to anything internal? Isn't privacy outlook and shading also important from an internal perspective in terms of internal levels of amenity?
So this matter of discretion specifically relates to non-compliance with the height standard.
With the height standard.
So it's the height of that
So it's the
development.
additional.
Yeah,
it's
so it's the additional height of that.
Yeah.
I think that should be externally focused rather than focused on the amenity of the site itself. There are other standards and other matters of discretion that enable consideration of internal amenity.
Yeah.
But I don't consider that this one should do that.
Okay. Again, we'll drop down to a bit of a level of detail. Your para 33, where this is in relation to res matter 5, road boundary setbacks. And the end of that, you say it's not clear how building setback can influence safety and efficiency of the land transport infrastructure. And say it's better provided in the transport provisions. We particularly in the transport provisions, would it be better placed? Any thought to that? This is all about sort of having a setback itself from the road boundary and what the purpose of that setback is.
Yeah, I think it could be addressed through the transport provisions. I don't know the specific place.
Doesn't it have a residential form function component as well as being in terms of providing for a boundary setback of whatever dimension?
So this matter of discretion would apply for a non-compliance with the setback rule. So it's a smaller setback.
Yeah.
So I guess the intention here is that a smaller setback could push a car into the street. And the point I'm making is that there's other ways to control that.
Or it introduces a higher level of built form closer to the street as well, because you're reducing a setback from 5 meters to 3 meters or something like that. So you're actually bringing a high level of built form closer to the street.
Yeah, which
So,
I'm not
it's
sure
not only a transport matter.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure how that higher level of built form can impact on transport. I guess the intention is, or what it's trying to address perhaps is cars getting pushed into the street, but there's other ways to control that.
Okay. Oh, you're vermin comments 341.
Yeah.
So at the end of it, as drafted, the provision may prevent construction of appropriate designs which don't provide for side access for maintenance, such as attached terrace houses. Is this really an issue? Is it perhaps better building act, or is it something which you don't feel is actually necessary?
Yeah, I think the clause is inappropriate. It does introduce a negative connotation, and the issue of access. Yeah, I don't think there's a planning issue to address there.
But presumably you want to be able to get access for maintenance purposes anyway. You want to be able to paint without having to go into your neighbour's property.
Yeah, I don't see that.
It's a real nuts and bolts thing. It's about the whole purpose of maintaining access around a property.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that necessarily needs to be addressed as a planning issue.
So it's not a planning issue about needing to make sure that these things aren't, dead spaces or just going to be full of litter?
Well, I don't know about litter. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
how-
litter in that it will attract vermin potentially.
Yeah, I don't, that's a planning issue, and I think it is inappropriate to refer to something that is
It's not
inherently
a planning
negative
issue.
in the. Well, I don't think vermin is a planning issue, no.
No, okay, but the use of spaces around the property to prevent undesirable outcomes potentially. And vermin's one example. It's just one.
Well, I
rubbish
disagree on the
things.
connection between the two things there.
Is there a better place for it, or just don't think it's an issue that needs to be addressed in any regulatory framework under the plan?
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be addressed under the plan, that specific issue.
All right. There's nothing further from me that we haven't already discussed, either with Mr. Wallace or in legal. So, yeah, okay, thank you.
Mr. Jeffries, there's just two things I'd like to ask you about. And they relate to Res Matter 1 and Res Matter 8 in particular. And you mentioned Kāinga Ora appeared before the residential chapter PDP hearing panel. And at that hearing, the Kāinga Ora submission sought a large number of quite detailed and specific changes to Res Matter 1, which an objective observer might consider to be helpful additions. And the reporting officer recommended to that panel a large number of changes based on the Kāinga Ora submission to Res Matter 1.
Yep.
Is Kāinga Ora now are you as a planning expert now resiling from those detailed amendments that were sought in that earlier hearing to Res Matter 1?
I just like to be aware of what we're dealing with here, so. Yeah, it's,
So it's a PDP. So just to be clear, so this is the original PDP submission.
Yeah, the submission that Kāinga
Yeah.
Ora made on the proposed district plan and the amendments that were sought to Res Matter 1 supported by planning evidence at that hearing. And then the recommendation from our reporting team was to make a large number of changes to that provision based on the Kāinga Ora evidence. And my question is that, is the planning witness for Kāinga Ora now resigning from his earlier support for those provisions? And if so, why?
I did not address Res Matter 1 in the PDP evidence.
You didn't address it at all, even though it was in the Kāinga Ora submission?
So my approach to that hearing, at the time that the variation was out, Kāinga Ora had made a submission on the variation, and that differed. I believe it differed in this on this point, because the context had changed. So the approach to the evidence of that PDP hearing was to not duplicate. So unless you can point out a paragraph where I'm in contradiction, I don't believe I addressed that
Right.
in the PDP evidence.
I was just going from what Kāinga Ora sought in their submission on that provision.
Okay, so from the submission, then Kāinga Ora's position did change, and I have not provided evidence in support of their old submission. So their submission did change because the context had changed with the variation. I've provided evidence in support of the variation submission on that point, but not on the PDP version of that.
So Mr. Matheson, just get clear in my mind. So the original changes that Kāinga Ora sought to Res Matter 1 as part of the PDP hearings are no longer being pursued. Is that the case?
Yeah, well, I'll just need a minute because I wasn't involved in the PDP hearing, so I'll just.
Well, that's true though, like where they are not the same, then Kaingora is no longer pursuing that if it's on the same provision.
Yes, sir, I can confirm that the variation 1 submission reflected an updated position based on the NDRS and the NDRS and the enabling legislation.
Even though Res Matter 1 applies across not only the medium density residential zone, it applies across all residential zones. Yes, Kaingora still thinks that's appropriate.
Are you asking me or Kaingora?
I don't mind who answers, it's
Yeah.
just a question, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we considered it in light of that it does apply across, but that again, this has been an issue with the process of separating these things. It's been difficult to address things without being able to consider them in the full context of all the provisions they apply to.
All right, so now I just want to ask about height, which I think is one of the primary focuses of Kaingora's presentation to us today, the height of residential development in and around the Rolleston town, well, not in, but around the Rolleston town centre zone. So my understanding at the moment is that under Rule 1, MRZ Rule 1, if you breach the height limit as set out in MRZ REQ 4, which is 11 metres plus 1, and Kaingora is asking for that to be 19 metres. If you breach that, then you become a restricted discretionary activity as required by the Enabling Act. And the exercise of discretion is limited to Res Matter 3. And it's not to be publicly notified, and the officers have recommended to us deleting the reference to limited notification. So it's not to be publicly notified. And Res Matter 3 is quite discreet. It only has 4 clauses to it, all of which on their face seem quite sensible to me. So what's the problem with a developer, whether it be Kaingora or anyone else, who wishes to breach the 11 + 1 metre height limit, having to seek a restricted discretionary activity consent where the site-specific circumstances of their proposal can be assessed by a decision maker under some quite discrete matters of discretion? What's the problem with that?
Resource consents do add costs, and at the margins they can deter development. So we are seeking Kaingora is seeking a more enabling height because that will be more enabling of development. Resource consents are not without cost, and the cost isn't always just the cost of applying for that. It's a cost that's borne in deterred development as well. And yeah, it's also about the signal the plan is sending. I'm not sure how, if the plan is enabling 3 stories, I'm not sure how good a chance a 6-story development would have as a restricted discretionary activity. And there is a bit of a jump in development that occurs from 3. Some of those fixed costs of development is addressed in Mr. Wallace's evidence. It kicks in over 3 stories, so you're likely to get 5 or 6 story development as the next step rather than 4.
So what I'm hearing from you is it's not so much a planning merits argument, it simply comes down to cost to the developer.
That is planning merits. You can't separate cost to the developer from planning merits. It's how development occurs is from assessment of costs and benefits. And it's been a major part of the lack of affordability in New Zealand has been from costs on developers that have prevented development from being feasible.
Right. right, Mr. Matheson, no further questions from me, but if there's anything you want to say by way of summing up.
Yeah, can we just, I just want make one comment there from a legal perspective and from the RDA criteria. Res matter 3, number 2, and the dominance, and having in the old days tried to get a 3-story building in North Shore and got turned down repeatedly because it was a dominant form, is having regard to the plan built form of the zone. So if you go and apply for a 19-metre building, the first question a council officer is going to do is say that's dominant, having regard to the plan built form of the zone, which is 12 metres. So I actually think out of all those criteria, that would be the one that from a legal perspective, I'd sit there and go, well, your risk has just gone up through the roof because you have to show that it's not dominant, having regard to a 12-metre environment. Sorry, Mr. Leggett wanted to add something to it.
And if I may, just expanding on that from a readability of those assessment criteria, and when you're assessing land for development, and that's something that we do day in, day out, and provide advice internally to our development management teams on the risk profile, that assessment criteria 2, as I understand it, is drafted by council, effects on a visual amenity values, including dominance and the compatibility with the receiving environment. Yes, we have potentially 12 metres or 19, subject to your decision. But then you're going to compare it with the compatibility of that. And then you're going to have this debate about, well, the plan says I can have 12, but the photograph of the existing environment as it exists today is a single-story building, and there's a debate there that rages with communities, and you do have to front that when you are doing your engagement with the community as the developer. It screams risk. And the other element is, if we're going to breach height, do we want the plan to signal where that is the most appropriate place to do that? Or do we universally want to say, well, if we did it on the outskirts of town, I'm going to assess 19 metres out there in exactly the same framework as I would do it on the site that adjoins the town centre. And if we're looking at the efficiency of that, surely we should be preferencing and favouring height against the centre than elsewhere. So in balancing all of that up as the risk is why we're putting the proposal in front of you that we have, so that it does give a clear signal as to where you can do it. And the language that we're seeking to change is actually pointing back to that exact outcome, as opposed to creating this existing single story conversation, which is not pleasant, is not easy, and invariably leads to the risk alarm going off and people changing tack with their development outcome.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a question about Res Matter 3 Clause 2 now, since you've mentioned it. Hypothetically, if that clause was amended by either this panel or another panel to replace the words receiving environment with the words planned built form of the residential zone, would you still have a concern?
If we didn't have the 19 metres, then I would read that, and the advice I'd be giving to the development teams is the plan is anticipating 12 metres, 3 stories. You want to do 5. What other locations are there in the city where the plan is permitting me to do 5 stories? Let's look there. Where else is that in Selwyn? It doesn't exist as I understand the plan to be.
So then I'm taking that answer to mean that wouldn't lessen your concern. I thought your concern was with the reference to receiving environment being like existing environment, 1 and 2 story buildings. And if it referred to the plan built form, which in the MDR would be 3 stories, that wouldn't alleviate your concern.
It wouldn't fully alleviate it, no.
Partially.
Yeah, having the reference to the planned future state is one step. But if the outcome that I wanted to propose was a 5-story building,
Yeah.
what is the planned outcome for the city? Where do I find where 5 stories is planned for? I don't see it. I can't see a 5-story outcome planned and promoted here. So what do I do? Where do I go?
Yeah, I understand. All right, thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. I think you can see from our questions that we have given Kaungora's submission and evidence and careful thought, and
Yeah,
we
and
will
the-
continue to do so.
Yeah,
No, thank you. And so now we're adjourned until 1:15 when we're hearing from Kevlar Development Limited. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the hearing for variation 1. And at this stage, we're dealing with the residential and general parts of variation 1. And our submitter now is Kevlar Development Limited. Good afternoon to the two of you. We've seen you before and you've seen all of us before, so you know the drill. Thank you for your pre-circulated legal submissions and evidence, which we've read.
That's all right.
Very welcome to highlight, don't need to read that out loud to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points. And
No,
then we'll see if we have questions.
I was thinking, Mr. Commissioner, that you've already had a summary of the legal position presented by my friend Ms. Thomas on behalf of Agri Research earlier today. And so I don't think, and I mean, I've read her submissions, and it seems I must have plagiarized her submissions, because our submissions make exactly the same points. And
Yes.
the key one, of course, being that we both say that less enabling amendments or modifications or additions to the density standards can only be justified if there's a qualifying matter. And we both say that in this case, there are no qualifying matters that provide that justification. That's the essential point we're actually making.
Yeah, I did notice when I read your submissions, and I read them after reading the Ag Research ones, I thought it was amazingly consistent.
Yes, and we didn't actually collaborate on them as well, which even though we used to work together, but yeah. So I mean, we obviously think that the law is quite clear on this point.
Yep. So, Ms. Kerr, are you happy if we see if we have questions for you now?
Absolutely.
So, question.
No question.
And no, I have no questions either. Your legal submissions were set out very clearly and succinctly, so no matters that I wish to clarify with you.
So all you have to do is agree with them. And so now we've got Ms. Aston, who's obviously presented evidence, and the purpose of the evidence, again, it's fairly self-explanatory. I would have thought, in terms of how they say that the application on behalf of Kevlar is essentially in something of a guinea pig against which some of these new additional standards have been tested.
Again, I've also read Jason Jones' planning evidence for Ag Research, and he's saying much the same as I'm saying. So we also totally in agreement in terms of the planning appropriateness of the amendments that Selwyn Council are seeking. And I think the additional aspect of my evidence is giving you the case study of the Kevlar land use and subdivision consent that's going through a very contorted process, I have to say, lodged back in October and just about to be publicly notified. So, and is modelled on the Enabling Act NDRS provisions, and is given the site is zoned MDRS in the proposed variation, but because it's a future development area and therefore it's a proposed zone rather than a existing residential zone, those standards don't legally take effect until August. But Kevlar is endeavouring to wishes to proceed, has had this development underway, working on for a number of years now, and is very much trying to provide a affordable housing solution for South Rolleston, but has got caught up in debates about what provisions should or shouldn't apply. That's all I really need to say.
Okay, we'll see if we have questions for you.
Good afternoon. Look, I don't have a lot of questions, as I think you've outlined. There is a similarity with Ag Research, and I think our questions were very much focused to Mr. Jones on, is there anything which potentially comes out which is good from a planning perspective in terms of the provisions? So yeah, I was interested in your war story that you have, and obviously it's going through a public notification process at the moment. Have you got the notification decision and the reasons for it? And can you outline what some of those reasons are?
Yes, we have. And it's fair to say the main reason for public notification is a question about should the development be staged because of implications for council infrastructure, and in particular a roundabout and when that is developed and whether this development can proceed ahead of that roundabout. So it actually isn't to do with the medium density provisions.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's got
Am I
nothing.
correct in that? Yes, it's also to do with the fact that it's owned inner planes at the moment, although it's proposed medium density in the variation, and we've put a lot of emphasis or justification in the application as to why more weight should be given to the medium density zoning in the circumstances, because those are mandated standards. And
So the servicing reasons for notification would apply regardless.
it would, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's filled the gap. Sorry. Yeah, it was I've just got a question mark beside what you might actually mean in your para 43.
Okay.
And it's under E. We talk about at the very end where front yards are dead spaces contributing less to the on-site needs of owners, but mostly to streetscape. Can you just fill us in why you've come to that conclusion, particularly in relation to the MDRS provisions and the Enabling Act and so forth?
Yes, well, Selwyn's and it's sort of the residential rules sort of in a way need to be read alongside the subdivision rules, which are coming we're appearing next week on those.
Yeah.
And in terms of the subdivision rules, which relates to the wider road frontages, so sorry, it's preempting what I say next week,
Yes.
is what the planner has done has assessed the maximum development potential that you could get under single lot housing 3 stories high with the recession playing, and says in order to comply with that you need a 15-metre wide lot, which is assuming the very worst case scenario and also assuming that 3-story housing will be single house development as opposed to attached or terrace. Single story usually, 3-story generally isn't detached housing. And so as a result, we've got wider road frontages proposed in the medium density zone, a tougher shape factor than even in the under small development in the general residential zone. So it's less enabling here even than the general residential zone. So that's one thing. And then also requiring no garages forward of the main dwelling is sort of forcing a style of development, which is sort of encouraging a certain streetscape, which is beyond what the medium density standards really envisage. And as I say, my evidence that, I think the government made a conscious decision to balance increased intensity, enabling more efficient use of land against some of the amenity standards that are traditional of the lower density or even standard general residential zone standards. And these additional requirements that the council wants to see are pushing it back more to a general residential zone type of residential environment rather than the medium density zone environment, which is enabled by the Enabling Act.
So you're saying that council's provisions are more appropriate when you're looking at a 3-story development, but shouldn't necessarily apply when you're only looking at a single-story development?
No, the council's provisions aren't appropriate for 3-story either, because 3-story still needs to be able to have outdoor living spaces in the front yard if they are, because the other thing is council wants all outdoor living spaces to be behind the frontage of the dwelling. If, you know, so not facing the road because of the issue with then having high fencing and yeah. So all of those issues apply, whether it's 3-story or single story. And that the rules that the council is wanting aren't appropriate, in my opinion, for any form of style of typology of housing in the medium density zone. Yeah, and I think the justification for example, a larger shake factor on the basis that it enables you to meet the recession plane requirement is completely inappropriate.
Okay.
Because that's not necessarily, it means that people that want to do a lesser level of development in the medium density zone than the maximum are being penalised. Yeah. So, I mean, what, for example, Kevlar has shown is how they can build single story standalone dwellings with a shake factor of 11 metres.
And you'll discuss that with the hearing panel
Yes,
next week.
yes, yeah.
My colleagues to the right are on, but I'm not, so.
Oh, apologies. Yeah.
No, that's fine, and thank you for that. But I'm also interested in the decision to go for a single story development as well. Now, you're not the developer, but there's some financial things in behind that, or looking at the market and so forth. Obviously, the planning frameworks generally across the board are looking to increase density, increase heights within the urban areas that we do have. So why is it single story? Why
Okay.
does there need to be a single story offering when there's plenty of other single story offerings, and single story might not provide the density levels which are anticipated?
Okay, so the thing about the medium density provisions under the Act is they enable a maximum of 3 stories. They don't mandate everything has to be 3 stories. And really what Kevlar, and I know this is only through my discussions with Kevlar and understanding their market research, and they are not only doing the subdivision and the land development, they're also building all the houses. So it's a complete turnkey. They're doing everything. And they've identified that in Rolleston, the market is for small single story standalone homes. The smaller ones will be around 150 squares, if I'm correct. And they'll have single garages. And then there'll be slightly larger ones, which will have double garages. And there's a total of 270 lots approximately, and they're going to build at scale. And my colleague Richard Johnson, the other planner at Eston, we had a chat about this, and he sort of likens it to Housing New Zealand in the 1950s when they built at scale their smaller single story homes. And there's a repeatability and an efficiency which enables them to be meet the market and be affordable to produce. I could confer with Rob here is obviously representing Kevlar. And have I summarised it? Is there anything else you'd like to add? No. Yeah.
So the 150 squares is the lot size, and then no, it's the house size.
The house size.
And that's a small single story residential unit.
Yeah, so excuse me, the average, I suppose, in those smaller lots, the house size is about 150 square meters. The lots range from 300 to 400, 390. So there's a particular typology that will fit on those lots and work well.
Yeah, I just wouldn't thought 150 square meters is a small single story house. It's quite a big footprint. Where your average 3-bedroom state house is sort of like 90 to 100 square meters.
Yeah, including the garage.
So there's an additional 20 square meters or so for a garage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I have been involved, obviously we have a lot of developer clients, and I have had two of our clients who in the past have tried to do detached two-storey housing development in Rolleston, one in Rolleston, one in Lincoln, and they were not accepted. They were not sort of, actually three were not sort of accepted well by the market, and in fact they abandoned those. So that's been their experience to date. I mean, things are changing. Housing affordability has changed again, and we have a current client where we've got consent for two-storey, but that's really close into the town centre. That's redevelopment of an existing, happens to be a decent sized site, 1,500 squares. So we've got 4 two-storey on that. But in this location, I mean, Kevlar Development have done a lot of work, but even with those single-storey developments, we're still up to 17 households per hectare, which is a higher density than most of the existing development in Rolleston. And it's definitely what the market wants, isn't it? Yeah. And why we're going with Selwyn through the process, we've had to increase the size of some lots and mix them up, smaller ones and bigger ones. So the average lot size has gone up. It's gone up, I don't know what, from what to what. No, yeah. So that process, we've actually we ended up reducing the yield. Yeah, and it's just to satisfy essentially urban design concerns, which we think are ones that aren't justified, certainly under the new Enabling Act provisions.
Okay. No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for that.
The other thing about it too is that by requiring to redesign to have all the outdoor living space, none of the outdoor living space in the front yard, and requiring 50% of the frontage not to be garages, etc. All these new things that we don't think under the Act are enabled or possible. Kevlar's had to go through oodles of redesigns. So it's increased the cost, delays, the uncertainty for them. And those are all things that the Act is supposed to be trying to put a stop to. Sorry,
just one more. So the redesigns wouldn't have been required?
No.
Anyway,
No.
you trust us, we know what we're doing. The council doesn't need to necessarily get involved in those sorts of things. Is that
correct? Yeah, under the Enabling Act, because it's a land use and subdivision combined application, there's no minimum lot size, no minimum shape factor, and you have 3 per site. So yes, a lot of the redesign didn't need to happen.
Thank you.
I guess because it's more than 3 houses total, it possibly was a restricted discretionary activity. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions arising from the evidence. I did want to ask you from a developer's perspective, given you work for developers and you've got one sitting behind you, what the market appetite was in Rolleston and Lincoln, Prebbleton for housing types. You've answered a lot of that already in terms of what you volunteered to Commissioner Dash, but in terms of an explicit question, from your experience, is there a market appetite for 3 to 6 story residential buildings in the Selwyn district?
So we have recently done a variation to a consent for a site quite close to the Rolleston Town Centre, and that is 15. It's an apartment building. I think it's 15 units, and they're 3-story high. That was ahead of its time, I have to say. And this has been taken over, a new redesign has been done. But that is the only one I've come across anywhere in Selwyn. That's a one-off, and it just happened to be a large site that was available close to town centre.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I would say there's no market at all. It might change near the town centre of Rolleston, but I'm not sure about anywhere else.
All right, thanks very much. No further questions. So, Mr. Clare, unless there's anything you want to add by way of summing up, I think, no, all good, right? So we're,
Very much.
you're welcome. We're adjourned now until, better get the time right since we got it wrong this morning. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, where we hear from the Retirement Village advocates.